Something about you, baby, that makes me want to give it to you. I swear there's something about you, baby, that makes me want to give it to you. I swear there's something about you, baby, that makes me want to give it to you. I swear something about you, baby, that makes me want to give it to you. There's something about you, baby, that makes me. Just promise me that we'll be safe. Whatever we do, whatever we do. For now, I'll make a vow to just keep it in the closet. She wants to give it. Keep it in the closet. She wants to give it. Keep it in the closet. She wants to give it. Oh, she wants closet. She wants to give it. Oh, she wants to give it.
I've been walking in the same way as I did. Been missing out the cracks in the pavement and tutting my heel and strutting my feet. Is there anything I can do for you, dear? Is there anyone I could call? No one, thank you, please, madame. I ain't lost. Round my hometown, memories of grace. Round my hometown, ooh, the people I've made. How the world wonders my world. How the world wonders my world. How the world wonders of this world. I wonder now. How the world wonders my world. How the world wonders my world. How the world wonders of this world. I wonder. I like it in the city when the air is so thick and opaque. I love it to see everybody in short skirts, shorts and shades. I like it in the city when two worlds collide. Get the people and the government, everybody taking different sides. Shows that we ain't gonna stand still. Shows that we are united. Shows that we ain't gonna take it. Shows that we ain't gonna stand still. Shows that we are united. From my hometown, memories are fresh. From my hometown, from my
dizer tantas coisas, festas, pessoal a dançar, mas eu não sei como é que eu vou explicar, como é que eu sinto. Ouvi dizer que hoje é o dia, o nosso dia, um dia feliz. E eu só sei que ao pé de ti quero estar, agora e pra minha vida inteira. La 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 la, la vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. La 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 la, la vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. La 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 la, la vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar. La 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 la, la vida, a nossa vida é tão linda, faz chorar.
Champion, champion, born for this, die for this. I'm a conqueror. Champion, born for this, die for this.
بس يا حبيبي بس
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Taif Racecourse on this Saturday, the 15th of August, 2026, for meeting 8 of the season. We're here for the Jcsa Al Massif Cup race night. Looking forward to the action this afternoon and through into the evening. Some cracking racing to look forward to, with the feature race coming up much later on in the card. Right at the end is the Jcsa Al Massif Cup of 2026 for 4-year-olds and above, over 2,000 metres. That is the 9 o'clock race. 25 minutes before that, we've got the sprinting highlight, the Shubra Cup at 8:35. Speaking of sprinting, we have the Jcsa Sprint Cup prep coming up earlier on in the programme. That is race 3 at 5:20. And also packed in there are a mix of maidens and valuable open contests. Just as is the case yesterday, we are played with non-runners yet again. So we'll tell you the numbers of the horses that don't run in our first race. They are as follows: 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19 and 21. Leaving us with a field of 9 runners for race 1. Pretty short. Same conditions as our first race yesterday, 22 declared. And 9 will start. So our first race is a local bred fillies maiden for juveniles over 1,200 metres. The favourite for the first race is Dua for Naif Al-Anazi and Turkey Al-Katan. Horse number 7, a roadster filly who was clear of the rest when a promising 7-length fourth to Mokwata in a course and distance maiden late last month. Considered for all, wide draw is a negative. Dua is the 2-to-1 market leader. Wide draw has certainly got a little bit better though. Still in stall 15, but I guess now, looking at the rest of the pack, the only 2 from the outside, perhaps. There's so many non-runners, it's hard to work out which of the 2 reserves that get into the race, where they will emerge from. They are Mund Habita, horse number 20, and Badura, 22. There's Artafar, with a bigger price at 7s. very, very tight in the market, though, between all of these, with the exception of two debutants, Centaur Lee, horse number 15, and Desdemona, number 6, 33s and 40-1. Otherwise, it's 2-1 to 7-1. 5 points between 7 of the runners. Let's talk about Bedora, number 22, who gets in. Fared best of several here when 15 length fourth to Bint Corniche over a course and distance maiden a fortnight ago. Gets into the race. I have to say, I thought Centaur Lee shouldn't be the price she is. She is a whopping price at 33-1, Centaur Lee. She is a first-time starter. There are a handful of them in here. And I thought this was a very, very open start, to be honest. Very similar profiles, the 9 of them, despite the fact half of them have had a run and the other half are seeing the racecourse for the first time. 5 with previous experience, 4 first-time starters. So Dua, the 2-1 favourite from Bedora at 9-2. Tagnam, 16 on the card, is an 11-2 chance for the red stable. Zil Algamam, 6-1 with Mund Habita. Lululine, 13-2, and Artefas 7s. That whopping jump to Centaur Lee at 33-1. That's a crazy price. So Lope will commence very shortly. 11 races this afternoon to enjoy at Taif. And we're just running a little bit behind time, it appears. Often see this in Saudi Arabia. We're normally very prompt indeed. I imagine they're probably working to be 5 minutes behind time, perhaps. Still, they continue to circle. Big thing, these non-runners yesterday and today, so many of them. But yeah, a bit of a bug around perhaps, because I've never seen so many non-runners, particularly yesterday. But at the minute, we just wait. Now we are loading at last. So heading in. Three more to come forward. Lululine, along with Centaur Lee and Bedora. 9 runners for the first race, this local bred fillies maiden. Bedora will complete the line. Backing away from Mohammed Al Nasser. Was in the winner's enclosure yesterday. I think Dua might be a late scratch, you know. No official word through from the stewards, but yeah, Dua has been confirmed a late absentee, so the favourite's not running either. There she is, not with the rest of the field. So this has now been blown wide open. Dua being taken off the track. Gates are back, they're off and racing. Another race played by non-runners. 8 of them race over 1,200 meters for this juvenile local-bred fillies maiden. And Cintarelli is full of early dash through the first furlong. Badura to the inside broke alertly, and just racing behind those is Munhabita. Then behind those, the green and orange jacket of Artafar is racing in the next wave with, along the outside, the pale silks of Zil Al Gaman. Working in behind these is Lulu Lean as they race down the side of the course. Red jacket of Tagnam is last but one, and outpaced badly at the rear of the field is Desdemona. Racing to the home turn, heading towards the last 400 meters, it is Badura in the hands of Mohamed Al Nasser who show the way. By a length and a half to Cintarelli in second place with the yellow noseband. Around the outside, Lulu Lean is now improving. Also in yellow and blue is Munhad Bita. Behind those, looking held, is Zil Al Gamam, and Tagnam is the other one in shot with Artafar as they approach the final 200 meters. It is Badura to the inside, who's been out in front some time here, being reeled in slowly by Munhad Bita. He's got 2.5 lengths to find, but racing up towards the winning line, the post will come in time for Badura. Badura wins the first. Munhad Bita home in second place. Third was disputed between Lulu Lean and Tagnam, who stayed on. Cintarelli faded to fifth. Badura wins the first race. Not often you see winning saddlecloth number 22, but she got into the race and she won. 1:20.22 seconds. Munhad Bita made a race of it in the closing stages to be beaten 2 lengths. Lulu Lean stayed on to be third. Tagnam fourth. Cintarelli in 5. So Dua was a big late scratching here. Blew the race open. I'd imagine that Badura probably would have gone off favourite in the end, but no time for an updated market. Munhad Bita home in second place. That's a better run from her. Lulu Lean on the debut was third, and fourth was Tagnam. So provisional results to the first race. 22 will beat 20, 10, 16, and 15. Badura wins race number 1. Welcome back to Taif for the second race of the afternoon. This is the first of two races for the purebred Arabians and a rare apprentice and jockey's hands and heels race with these horses. It's a 0 to 80 handicap for the Arabians, and again a lot of non-runners to report. 1, 4, 5 and 8 don't go. In fact, just the 4 non-runners here, so a little bit better than the first race. Loading is about to get underway, and the favourite here, certainly the horse to beat, is the 11 to 8 shot Muthri Aldaham. It's horse number 7. All 3 wins have come in the winter season here, but look better than ever when third to Jade de Faust over course and distance on return. That's very strong form, and looks the one to beat on that evidence. Muthri Aldaham, who has the assistance of Feraz Al Sanatan, who is a 3 kilo claimer normally. Of course, all apprentices here. King Al Bahar is horse number 12, who's second favourite, a winner of a pretty much a 0 to 75 hand, the 6 furlongs in Qatar earlier in the year, and not disgraced when fifth to Jade de Faust in that course and distance open that we highlighted a few moments ago. That was on debut for a new stable, and further improvement may well be on the way. So last couple heading into the stalls, Najma and Al Sabek will complete the line for the second race of the afternoon. Flag is up, they're released, they're off and racing for this 0 to 80 Arabian handicap for apprentice jockeys, a part of the Hands and Heels race series here in Saudi Arabia, and it was a level start. Alpha Mega right in the center with the noseband is up with the early speed, along with Najma in the multicolored jacket, red noseband. Down to the inside is the favorite, Muthri Aldaham, who got a sharp beginning. King Al Bahar right there as well, as they prepare to exit the back straight, with Ibrahimi Amaydra completing the leading quartet. Manal Al Muntakabar is racing just in behind those. Alpha Mega now dropping to 6th place, 2 lengths ahead then of the Pale Silks of Latam, who races 3 parts of a length ahead of Al Sabek. Back through the order in the moment is Nassim Al Kanon and Kasab Aldaham, who is the back marker as the runners make their way towards the home turn. And down to the inside, Najma with a narrow call in the red noseband. King Al Bahar is pretty much matching strides. Muthri Aldaham needs to find extra in the hands of Feraz Al Sanatan, is somewhat behind this front pair, racing alongside Mana Al Muntakabar. Syra Guna sticking towards the fence as they approach the final furlong. It is Najma in the hands of Abdullah Al Khamis, who appears to have the measure of King Al Bahar. They are beaten off the rest, headed by Mana Al Muntakabar. But up to the winning line we go, and Najma for a first career victory wins by 5 lengths. King Al Bahar second, third was close between Manal Al Muntakabar and Nazim Al Kanon. Alpha Mega in behind those. 127.18, Najma with a 5-length success over King Al Bahar in second. It's a 13 from 12 verdict here. Manal Al Muntakabar, I thought, was my initial preference for third place, and we'll get there in the blue headgear. Nazim Al Kanon the far side, Alpha Mega 5th place. Muthri Aldaham, the big disappointment in the end, just out of the money. So Najma wins here. Najma takes race 2. 5-length victory over King Al Bahar in second place. Manal Al Muntakabar was third, and Nazim Al Kanan was fourth. 13, 12, 3, and 9. The 5th place horse was number 15.
تعرف ليش؟ ممكن يزيد من يد صاد والله من يد بس وش حصان زي قل لي انا احتاج
Runners are down at the start for the third race of the afternoon. One of our big races to look forward to. This Jcsa Sprint Cup Prep is run for 3-year-olds over 1,200 metres. And the horses are down at the start. There's a look at May Allah, red jacket of Cat Al Haya. Coming into view, Al Frindad, who sits at the top of the race card. Who sits at the top of the international betting markets? Well, that's horse number 2, Al Thani, for Adel Al Faredi, whose rides are often punted. Al Thani, best efforts at 1,200 metres, winning the Sarawak Cup Prep at Riyadh last season and finishing a good fourth in the Cup race itself on the final start of last term. The one to beat on his return to action. The market agrees 11-8 for Al Thani. Al Thani, the 11-8 market leader from the combination of Dawi Al Bark and Kat Al Haya, 3 and 4 on the race card, who share a price of 9-2. Dawi Al Bark was a runner-up twice before taking a 1,400-meter auction contest at Riyadh in January. Looked to be a stiff task on his final outing of last term, and has placed claims on the return if putting his best foot forward. Similar comments apply really to Kat Al Haya, who was a runner-up to Al Thrindad on debut and sneaked into the money without improving in 2 further starts last year. Is unexposed, so may do better in his second season. Tartahat Najad, 6-1. Has a second place in between duck eggs. Placed twice last season, and best efforts give her an outside chance, but far from reliable, as proved in recent appearances. Well beaten in a course and distance maiden on her reappearance. She is one of 2 maidens in the field. Kanz Al Nokobar has won twice, as has May Allah, and the top 2, Dawi Al Bark, has also gained just the 1 success. That came on the penultimate outing, actually. 1 of 2 greys in this field. Dawi Al Bark, closest to the stalls, should appear in view after seeing Kanz Al Nokobar at the filly. There is the grey, Dawi Al Bark, for Thurb Al Timyat, who has barrier number 5. Thama Al Muqtada, the 1 absentee here. That's from stall 6, so 7 of them for the Jcsa Sprint Cup Prep, which comes up in the next few weeks. Still plenty to enjoy here at Taif this afternoon. I wanted to say Riyadh. It will be Riyadh season in 2 months tomorrow. Some returns there on the 16th of October. And all of us here at the Jcsa are really looking forward to the return to the capital, but that is not to wish away the season here in the West. Better conditions for racing at the moment than in the capital. It is the summer, and it is red hot. Looking at 45 degrees a day, really, in Riyadh. It's more around early 30s here, Taif, but nice winds from the mountains fly through the racecourse, keep everyone cool. Right, just 2 more to go. Kanz Al Nokobar, the filly, and the favourite, Al Thani, for Adel Al Faredi. And just Tartahat Najd into stall number 2. 1 of 2 here for Mohammed Saad Al Khatan. Blue cap for Mohammed Al Daham. Thumbs up, flags up, and down. They're off and racing. Kanz Al Nokobar from the outside gate was rather awkward and dwelt upon leaving the stalls as they compete here for this Jcsa Sprint Cup Prep over 1,200 metres for 3-year-olds, and the red jacket of Kat Al Haya, one of 2 maidens in the lineup, is showing bright early speed, but the favourite well placed in second, Al Thani, with the grey and white jacket, with Kanz Al Nokobar, the filly, now improving up into third. racing a length and a half ahead of owner mate Tartahat Naj to the inside. Alfrindad is a further 2 lengths away and pushed along. May Allah is last but 1 and 4 lengths back to the second of the greys, Darwi Al-Bark, as they race through the halfway stage, and Eddie Castro controls and dictates here aboard Cat Al-Haya, but Alclo Thani engaging top gear now, passing the 400-meter marker, and picks up the running from Cat Al-Haya, who looks held. May Allah moves through into second place now and looks the freshest danger to the new front runner. Kanz Al Nokabar is also improving, with Darwi Al Bark past Al Frindad as they approach the final furlong. May Allah, it is laying down a significant bid to Alclo Thani, who's got something left on the inside. These two fight out the finish as they head up to the line. Alclo Thani digging deep and wins the JCSA Sprint Cup Prep. May Allah ran well in second, a long way back to Darwi Al Bark in third. Then Kanzal Nokabar, Alfrindad and Tartahat Najd. Alclo Thani staying the distance better, it appeared, for third career success. Takes the prep in good style. Fought on very determinedly on the inside to out-muscle May Allah. There's only a length and a half between them. 14 back to Darwi Al Bark. Imagine the top two will be heading in the direction of a JCSA Sprint Cup. That's not to say anything third and worse won't be there, but surely you'd struggle to see them making an impression on these two horses, who have kept them at bay by some margin in the end. Kanzal Nokabar ran a indifferent race in fourth. Alfrindad never really going, and Tartahat Najd was back in sixth place. 1:19.85 the winning time. It's a length and a half success for Alclo Thani. Adel Al-Faredi on board. That's now 3 wins from 7 starts. An improving sprinter for Abdullah Abdul Rahman. May Allah didn't lose a lot in defeat in second place. Darwi Al-Bark was third and Kanzal Nokabar in fourth. 2, 5, 3, 7 and 1. Welcome back to Saudi Arabia for the fourth race of the afternoon. This non-winners of 3 event for fillies, 3-year-olds over 1,400 metres. Race 4 of the afternoon on what is Jcsa Al Masif Cup night. A few absentees to report here. Take out 2, 6 and 7. Followed by 9, 10, 12, 14 and 16. Along with 18, 19, 20 and 21. So lots of scratches here. Let's see what has been left as favourite here. It is horse number 17, Shams, who holds her position in the market. Slightly easy to back, however. 3-1 now from 2s for Abdullah Al Sidrani and Mohammed Aldaham, who's been in good recent winning form. Shams, horse number 17, had subsequent 1,000 guineas winner Tedu M behind, with third to Tihama. Winner winners of 2 at Riyadh, but still to Shadow maiden tag. Stable is in decent form as reported, and she definitely has solid claims in this lineup, particularly with the amount of absentees. Tihama, we've already mentioned, horse number 4. Best effort last season when at 4th to Teduom in the fillies mile. That was on her final start, and had a few of these behind her that day. Ought to be able to confirm her supremacy here. Orange for Adel Al-Faredi and Gaith Al-Gaith. 4-1 for Ginwa, Abdelaziz Al-Massa, number 13. Best effort when third to Teduom in the 1,000 guineas, and again ran well when 5th to that rival in that fillies mile. Beaten, however, in a maiden on the return, and surely is better than that. So Ginwa certainly goes down on the shortlist. I thought the 11 Al Naif was interesting for Asil Al Sahani. This is a 13-2 chance. Was unraced last year as a juvenile. Much improved from the debut effort when second to Raoud in a course and distance maiden a fortnight ago. And Ginwa was back in third. Should go well, back up in class. There's Shams behind the tape. I'm tempted to go with Al Naif here. Salman Al Faraj, just the 2 starts so far. She's drawn well in 1 as well. There's lots to like. There's plenty in her favour. There she is on the left, green and yellow. Perfect. Horse number 3, well-bred of course, but out of her depth and top company on her last 2 starts. Did win a 1,400-metre open prior to that, and will be competitive if handling this track for the first time. Perfect by Sioux Nation, of course. Dan was named as Perfect Imperfection. 2 wins from 13. One of the dual winners of the lineup with Tihama and Ala Jane. There's Tihama, mostly orange, black braces, as they are already loading for the 4th race on the card. So the Al Naif for Fahid Mohammed Al Araini and Salman Al Faraj were of decent interest here. Still 1 as well. Asil Al Sahani has been amongst the winners in the last couple of weeks. He's riding well this campaign. Battle-scarred Asil Al Sahani. Ginwa, Abdelaziz Al Massa, and Nakwa for Thurb Al Timyat, who will complete the line. Ten runners. There are racing for this non-winners of 3 event for 3-year-old fillies over 1,400 metres. Al Naif to the inside. On the right is up with the early pace setters, Pale Silks of Ala Jane, also with a fast beginning, and the orange jacket of Tihama now being overtaken by Perfect. And Perfect has got a position on the running rail and heads towards the last 5 furlongs with a lead of a couple of lengths over Al Naif to the inside of Ala Jane in third. Orange Silks of Tihama will complete the front quartet as they make the run towards the turn. Ginwa to the inside of Sham Shams. They race in 5th and 6th positions, racing 3 lengths ahead of Anud, who runs solo in midfield. Behind Anud is Alduhaira in the red jacket, leaving behind the likes of Nakwa, and also struggling towards the rear of the field is Aldri as they head towards the top of the home straight, heading towards the last 400 meters. And the light blue jacket of Ala Jane is now pressing Al Naif for the advantage as Sue Perfect gives way. Shams is on the move in the hand of Mohammed Aldaham, picking up now into 2nd place, but Al Naif is the one to pass, darting towards the inside rail, but Shams is looming up on the near side, has 2 lengths to find. They leave behind Ala Jane and Ginwa running on, heading up towards the last half furlong. Al Naif is now being passed and tackled by Shams. Shams is getting up on the near side. Shams maybe just may have just got the bob with Al Naif on the inside. Ginwa was back in 3rd and Anud late progress into 4th. 1:32.86 the winning time. I think Shams has just bobbed, but it did get close. Has been called though. Shams number 17 keeps up the good form for Mohammed Aldaham and Abdullah Al Sidrani. Just going to get the bob here by a neck, really. Al Naif back-to-back seconds. Ginwa 3rd again. Anud was 4th ahead of Tihama, who disappointed Ala Jane and Aldahira. 17, 11, 13 and 5. Good finish here. Shams all out to close in on Al Naif, who's a filly to follow. She'll be rated in the 70s, you'd imagine. And she's got plenty of ability about her. In fairness, she's run a game race. She had the perfect setup as well, Al Naif. This was maybe her chance, but Shams is a quality individual, particularly with the connections behind her. Ginwa 3rd again. From 6 now for Ginwa. As you can see, it's more of a head success than a neck. Ginwa 3rd. Anud 4 lengths away in 4th. 17, 11, 13 and 5 at the 5th place horse, number 4.
ada cek kenapa ada
يا شوف
Welcome back to Taif for the 5th race of the afternoon. We're into open company here. Cracking race on the way, by the way. 120,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund. And no absentees to report. 1 to 18 as per race card. We've got Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah interest. We've got Red Stable interest. We've got White Stable interest. Prince Sal bin Salman. Sultan bin Mishal also involved. Got all the big ownership names here. And according to the market, well, Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah has the top 4. Headed by Ajwadi, horse number 1. Who was a 7-time winner, including over course and distance, starting out for a new trainer back in January. Yard is in cracking form at the moment, high on the shortlist here, rated 95, seeking back-to-back wins. Instant appeal, blue cap for Asil Al Sahani is the 5-2 second favourite, and won 3 on the bounce at Dundalk in the winter for Stephen Thorne in Ireland. Has now joined New Connections here in Saudi Arabia for 18,000 guineas. Not a 4 for the leading stable, but Mohammed Al Dahan presumably has the pick, and he rides Ajwadi. Sila Sahani jocked up on instant appeal. He is at 9-4. 5-1 for Moswat. Mohammed Al Hibail has the white cap. At last of a quartet here for Abdullah Al Sedrani, and showed himself in good form when taking a winners of 2 over course and distance last month. Has placed claims with fitness assured, but the wide draw is of no help. That is Moswat, who actually is in 3, I should say. Instant appeal is the one that is weak at the draw. He's out in 17. To complete the quartet, Mulazem, horse number 2. One is maiden over course and distance, largely in good form last term, winning at Riyadh over 1,600 metres in December. Not ruled out, but again, the stable jockey prefers Ajwadi. So, Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah, the green sleeves and cap. For the first colours, blue and white caps in operation here. Ownership have the top 4 in the betting. Master of the hunt, the last to load. We're set. And they're off and racing. Slightly awkward from the gates was Master of the Hunt, who was the last one to load, in fact, and is dropped out at the rear of the field by Carlos Enrique, with Hellenistique also lacking early gears. As they race through the first furlong, Cacophonics with the green cap, white jacket, darts towards the inside rail. Horse with the head to one side is matching strides with the bottom horse, Uzuna, in the noseband. These two pair off then from the red silks of William Tell on the inside of the favourite, Ajwadi. Mohammed Aldaham sitting in 4th place with the green sleeves and cap. A length and a half away is Mr. Cafu to the inside of an improving Moswat. Also on the improve is Amici, the grey on the outside. Instant appeal next, followed by Vespasian. Then back through the order is My Map, one of the greys, in company there with Wukud's white cap. Out wider of those is See the Casper. Mulazem well back at this stage at the moment. Hellenistique is still trailing with Al Mateyev towards the back of the field as they head towards the final 300 metres, and Moswat now being produced by Mohammed Al Hubail, being tackled by stable companion Ajwadi. These two go on from the blue cap of Amici, who continues to run on. William Tell also involved for minor money. Mulazem is also lunging as they head towards the last half furlong. The favourite is out in front here, forging clear and readily asserting. Ajwadi back-to-back wins. Amici in 2nd place. Far side was Moswat. Near side Mulazem 3rd and 4th. Ahead then of William Tell and Wukud's. High fives if you're anything to do with the Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah ownership, because he's had the 1st, the 3rd and the 4th. Red Stable with 2nd and 5th, and a race that 2 of the top ownerships in Saudi Arabia dominated. 6th place as well for the Red Stable. So for 2 ownerships, I've had the first 6. Cacophonics for the White Stable got very tired and was eased in the closing stages. Ajwadi 130-135. Great performance will win for the 8th time in his career, and Mohammed Aldaham selected absolutely correctly. Amici second, third was Moswat, Mullazem fourth, William Tell and Wukud. So the ownership of Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah has had the first, the third, and the fourth. The red stable have had the second, the fifth, and the sixth. The two leading ownerships have dominated here. Without the white stable for a change, Ajwadi, high fives all round for both Mohammed Aldaham and Mohammed Al Habel. First and third in shot there. 4-length winning distance back to Amici in second. Moswat was third. Mullazem fourth and William Tell in five. The numbers 113, 6, 2, and 7. Mohammed Aldaham and the stable of Abdullah Al Sedrani continue in magnificent form. Welcome back to Taif for the 6th race of the cards. This is a local bred fillies open with just 5 runners down at the 1400 meter start. 2-year-olds only. We have 2 first-time starters. Aitaraz and Tartazim are their names. And Aitaraz is our 5-4 favourite. Aitaraz, a Tajaweed half-sister to a couple of local winners. From a proven family and represents powerful connections. Afforded maximum respect on her racecourse bow. Second favourite is Laheb, who does have previous. Laheb, who hinted at ability, went 8th of 18 behind Motamatia in a course and distance maiden that's working out well. That was last month and needs to step up markedly to figure, although there is good market support, 9-2 into 130. Benita is third choice, Osama Al-Sharani. Benita, horse number 3, who finished behind Anna Al-Fayal, who doesn't reoppose, unfortunately. It was when she was 6th of 17 on debut, but failed badly to back that up when turned out again quickly last week. Out here again, plenty to prove. Finds herself third choice in the market. 11-2 for Tahaya, and Tazim, the other first-time starter, is at 7-1.
جاية، وهي جاية طبعا من قبل فريق SCCA، سيارات متنوعة فاخرة وتسكير فيها سعود منذ السنتين إلى الآن بالأمطار، يمكن ما شفنا إلا أسماء قليلة.
Welcome back to Taif for the 7th race of the card. We continue here with the local bred open for colts and geldings. Again, a race that has been decimated by non-runners. Only numbers 2, 7, 10, 12 and 16 get a post here for race 7 of the afternoon. Juveniles over 1,400 metres. All 5 of them first-time starters. Absolutely no experience in the field whatsoever. And Rajid is our 5 to 4 Abdullah Al Sayedi, a handsome Mike gelding out of a mare who won just once in 37 races. Has been very strong in the international markets, though. That has to be noted. Technically now in stall 2. I thought Yatawad. I thought this was obvious. 132nd choice, I thought was a mad price. How has this drifted from 6 to 4 out to 130? I do not know, particularly with the White Stable celebrating a newcomer winning in the previous race. I don't know what someone's seen on the way to post, but to go from 6 to 4 to 130 for the team that produce more winning newcomers than any other yard. Abdullah Al Farouz back aboard, Abdul Rahman Al Fahid, combining of course in the previous race with a winning first-time starter by the name of Ertaraz, who won it very, very comfortably indeed. Yeah, I'm bewildered, to be honest. Rajid 6 to 5, Yatawad 7 to 2. I could look like an absolute fool in a few moments, but I'd much rather be on side with Yatawad at 7 to 2 against Rajid. Malaf Al-Afiq 5 to 1 at the 10. Full brother to local 1,000 guineas winner Gala Lola. Trainers runners have looked in need of a run this season, but hard to deny this one's appeal on pedigree and also with just the 4 rivals in opposition. Of the other 2, Lishabar is an 11 to 2 chance. Commend half brother to a couple of modest local winners. Needs a second look really in the preliminaries, and as a result, well, it's gone from 9 to 2 to 11 to 2. Ashton's the other, also 11 to 2 for Eddie Castro. But Yatawad's certainly the one for me. Waiting on Ashton and Rajid. Abdullah Al Sayedi. 5 runners, numbers 2, 7, 10, 12 and 16 that go here. Just like in our previous race, just the 5 for race 7. Rajid, the well-backed favourite, heads into the stalls. They stand ready. Bit of movement in the gates, but eventually the all clear is about to be given. They're on. Racing away, it was a very, very scruffy start with just the 5 runners. Perhaps Yatawad coming off worse there, only has Ez Elias Habar behind him through the first furlong. 1,400 metres for this local bred open for colts and geldings, juveniles only, and all 5 of them making their racecourse bows. Up top, the cheek pieces and nose banded Ashton is the first one to get away. Quickly recovering is Yatawad. The grey between those is Ez Eliasabar. Away to the left-hand side is Malaf Al-Afiq. And widest of all is the favourite, Rajid. So only 2.5 lengths cover the field as they head into the turn. And it's Ashton in the hands of Eddie Castro with a narrow call. Yatawad and Abdullah Al Farouz now drawing up sides. 3 deep of those is Rajid, travelling very strongly in the hands there of Abdullah Al Sayedi. And right in behind those is Thurb Al Timyat and Malaf Al Afiq. The back marker is Ez Liasabar as the runners head towards the home turn. Passing the 400-metre marker, it is Yatawad who is now ridden along. Travelling strongly is Malaf Al Afiq, who is pretty much matching strides with the leader. leader. Rajid needs to change gear behind those. Ashton has faded, and Esli Asabar continues in last place. Heading towards the last furlong and a half, and Manath Alafiq in the hands of Thurb Al Timyat appears to have the measure of Yatawad, who kept going on the inside. Back in third is Rajid, who won't be winning here. Up to the line we go. This leader's not doing a lot in front, but Manath Alafiq will make a winning debut. Yatawad home in second place, Rajid only third, Ashton fourth, and last to complete Esli Asabar. 137.67, a 2.5 length success for Malath Alafiq, beating Yatawad, who was done no favours really with that scrappy looking start. Scruffy, whatever you want to call it. Yatawad takes the silver. Rajid held in third. Couldn't see how Rajid was favourite, but we didn't find the winner. It was Malath Alafiq in the end for Thurbal Timyad and Faisal Al-Hayani. 2-length winning victory over Yatawad, Rajid, Ashton, and Esli Asabar. 10, 16, 12, 7, and 2. All 5 ran in race 7. Didn't really do a lot out in front, Malath Alafiq, but is 1 from 1. 10, 16, 12, 7, and 2.
Yara. Yara. Dico già per questo, come adesso dico. Ma Yara. डॉक्टर चल गया क्या वो छोटा खा जाता है
Welcome back to Taif for the 8th race of the card here. This 7:35 maiden is for 4-year-olds and above, over 1,600 meters. And some of these horses have been waiting a long time to break their duck. one of them. That run is about to come to an end, and according to the market, Jcsa, the short price favourite, number 18, looks to be his or her opportunity to oblige. She's had 16 attempts, often highly tried, Jcsa, and has run better to be third. Dropped to a maiden company on the last 2 starts either side of a seasonal rest. Can get involved again, should be involved again. Stall number 2 for Jcsa and Abdullah Al Saidi, who had no joy on the favourite in the previous race. What about Halo Shipman, horse number 6? This is a much bigger price, 22-1. The horse we've just seen in shot there, hinted at ability on penultimate start, but well held otherwise, and has a tough draw on return. Nashmat El Wadi is the second favourite at 11-2. This is horse number 17. No better than modest on balance, but has made the money on 4 of her 10 starts, and no shock to see her sneak into the places again. Third pick is Omran, horse number 21, who gets into the race here. Omran for Abdulaziz Al Masr and the high-flying stable of Abdullah Abdul Rahman, no closer than 5th to date, but rarely disgraced. One of the reserves that gets in. And a quick mention as well for Janzor, who's the other single-figure price at 15-2. This is horse number 7 on the card, who has the raw ability to win a maiden and has been placed several times, but has now gone 17 runs without a win, one more than the short price favourite, and is opposable on that basis. Look, we've got an odds-on favourite. The betting is telling us that Jcsa will win this. Rated 56 is in front on ratings, with the exception of the 4 Charming Life, the 11 Runaholic. Would have been a couple of the non-runners as well, 3 and 10 that have gone, 15 also out, 22 not required. So look, would I want to take on a horse at that price? Absolutely. 4-9 is very, very short. Shall I give a chance to here? Let's have a look. Possibly tempted by Saudi Top. Again, it's a very, very weak race. 4-year-old and older maiden. Most of the field are 4 or 5, in fairness. And Saudi Top is one of the more less exposed runners. Right, it's 0 from 10, but aren't too many that have had less experience. You're looking towards the likes of Charming Life, Gozo Glory, Halo Shipman, and Canal. Just made the frame on a couple of occasions by Mendelssohn, rated 47. Interesting that the 2 top rated individuals, Charming Life is a price of 16-1, and Runaholic, the 11, is priced at 28-1. I'll take a chance with Saudi Top, 25-1, the best price you'll get on the international betting market. Saudi Top from stall 4. Low draws, certainly the route to follow here at Taif. Good horses can win from outside gates, but I don't think there's a good horse in here. Gozo Glory is about to head in, which means we have 5 remaining. So Jcsa is the short price favourite here for race number 8. Something's got to win, and something will win for the very first time. Yellow and black jacket of Anna Al-Mulm is still at the back with Saudi Top, who heads into 4. Omran also waiting with Janzor in the pink silks. Big races still to come here, including the Jcsa Al Masif Cup and the Shubra Cup for the sprinters. Our 4th Saturday of the season. We're here at King Khaled Racecourse until the end of September. A couple of weeks off the track before we make the way northeast to Riyadh for the 26-27 season. Janzor to complete the line for Mohammed Al Daham. 0 from 17. Janzor into 7. And he's almost there. Flag is up. They're off. racing for this older horse maiden over 1,600 meters. It was a level start down at the mile beginning. And away well, Saudi Top, green sleeves, white cap is very free though on the front end and shares the advantage with Anna Alamul. Janzor pulling his way forward along with ASO, and further out is Gozo Glory with the noseband. So after completing the first 250 meters, it is Janzor, pink silks to the right. Also up there is Aso with the yellow sleeves, yellow cheek pieces and noseband. Right up there too is Omran in the center. Away to the left is Gozo Glory, and Anna Alamulm is right in behind those. The front quintetta followed by Charming Life into the bend, racing in company there with Saudi Top and Danat Basmar. Danat Basmar is followed by Al Jazi in the green silks, racing with Tashawa, currently halfway down the order. Behind those is Halo Shipman in the orange jacket, Union Capital further back with Nasmat Al-Awadi, one of the last at the moment as they exit the back straight and head towards the last third of a mile. It's Omran, the reserve, in the hands of Abdelaziz Al-Massa, who has quickened into a 5-length buffer over Janzor and Set in third, followed by the blue jacket of Kings Road, who is on the move, as is the yellow and green of Danat Basma, produced out wide with Al Jazi as they head in towards the last 2 furlongs. Omran up top here on start number 12. Slowly reeled in by Saudi Top, who is on the improve. Down the centre, Danat Basma is finishing with effect. Kings Road every chance to show up behind these, and rattling home is Al Jazi down the centre of the track as they head towards the final 50 metres. Danat Basma got first run on Al Jazi, is going to lunge at the line, won't get there. Danat Basma has won on lucky start number 13. Beat into second place Al Jazi, Saudi Top right in behind those. Winning time 1:49.43. Danat Basma, 1:49.43, a head success over Al Jazi, who was lunging. Good selection from us. Saudi Top back in third to Shawa. Odds on favourite, well beaten, Kings Road and Omran. 19, 14, 12, 18, the finishing order here. Favourite was comfortably held at the end. Should never been sent off the price that she was. That was a crazy price for a horse that's never won in 16 starts. Goodness me. But Danat Basma has proved that 13 can be a lucky number to beat Al Jazi. Back in third, Saudi Top, who was beaten a further length and 3/4. Tishawa was fourth. More disappointment for Abdullah Al Sayidi ahead of Kings Road, Omran, staying on Anna Alamum and Aso. 19, 14, 12, and 18. The fifth place horse was number 9.
فوزهم بإذن الله.
Welcome back to Taif for the 9th race of the card, the second of 2 Arabian races. It's a maiden. 1,600 meters is the distance here, and we're missing a few of these. Non-runners 4, 10, 11, 12, 20 and 22. And as the stalls come across, we can glance at the international betting markets. And the favourite here is Rabeh Athbar at 9-4. Horse number 14, who is the mount of Abdullah Al Hussein. So often mentioned, he's got a great strike rate over the years in these Arabian races. Rabeh Athbar was a runner-up to Fake on last month's debut and not discredited in the Taif Arabian Derby prep last time out. Will certainly benefit from this drop in class into maiden company and should be on the premises come the finish. 2nd and an 8th. In 2 starts so far. Swar Al-Amal has 4 consecutive third-placed efforts. Number 17, who is ridden by a new name, to me anyway, Ali Al-Mukhaidir. 5-2 second choice. Busy and consistent last season, earning prize money on all 9 starts after the return. May need this after a break, but respected given her solid profile. 0 from 13. But respected. What about Sheikat Al-Attar, who's also a filly? Carlos Enrique is on board. She placed on her first 3 starts at Riyadh last season, showing some fair form in fairness. Her place claims on a return, assuming that she's as effective at this track. It's her first start here at King Khaled Racecourse here at Taif, and she is priced at 4-1. Adam Al-Kir is the final one we'll mention at 7s. He was disappointing when last seen, but a runner-up at this level on his penultimate start, and a place claims if repeating that effort. Loading underway then for this second purebred Arabian race of the day. Still got half a dozen at the stalls. Coming in now is Dahi Al-Khaladiyah. Plenty of Al-Khaladiyahs here. If you see the first sheet on the race card, Namman Al-Khaladiyah, Sarid Al-Khaladiyah, Shaban Al-Khaladiyah, none of which actually representing the Al-Khaladiyah stable colours, clearly have been sold since birth. 13 Mumtaz Dem is still waiting. Hussein Al-Makrami heading in now. And it will just leave Site Al-Sakra. Abdullah Al-Sayyidi aboard this 5-year-old. Site Al-Sakra, brown and white, into barrier 2. I think is the last to load. As though everybody else is there. They're off and racing for this Arabian maiden over 1,600 meters. Kutov Al-Barat began best, but is being rapidly overtaken by Sheikat Al-Alta, who is one of those towards the summit of the market and quickly darts towards the inside, breaking from barrier 16, has swiftly got across to an inside position, makes the running from Mumtaz Dem in the red and black silks, who just shifts out to his right, left as we look. Dahi Al-Khaladia is also prominent with Sarid Al-Khaladia. And to the wide outside is Sati Kanon as they head halfway down the back straight, entering the last 5.5 furlongs. Mumtaz Dem has a narrow call with the red headgear, splitting Dahi Al-Khaladia and Sheikat Al-Attar. This front trio advance then of Sarid Al-Khaladir, who overtakes the trio and enters the bend with the call. Then came Sati Kanon in fifth. It's a couple of lengths back to Adam El-Khair and Marus Al-Shahaniya. Second wave is Naman Al-Khaladir, who races in company with Kutuf Al-Barak and Doza Al-Riyad. Shaman Al-Khaladir is on the move as well as they enter this bend towards the last 500 meters. And Ali Al-Razik is asking Sarid Al-Khaladir to stretch, but Sheikat Al-Attar is going much better and is poised. Makes the running now, heading towards the last 300 meters. Sheikat Al-Attar in pole position, now being pressed by Sati Kanon. To the inside is Shaman Al-Khaladir, who's exploding into action. Marus Al-Shahani and also running on well is Rabi Afba, the market leader in the noseband. Marus Al-Shahani, though, is going on by a couple of lengths, and Marus Al-Shahani it is who's going on to take the prize. Marus Al-Shahani to beat Shaman Al-Khaladir. Third was Rabi Afba, then Sati Kanon, and Kutuf Al-Barak in the money. Marus Al-Shahaniya for Salman Al-Hajiri. Second start, first victory. A 2-length success over Shaman Al-Khaladia. Then third was Rabi Afbar. Sati Kanon was fourth. Kutov Al-Barak was ahead of Shaikat Al-Attar, who faded. And Naman Al-Khaladia. 1:58.29, the winning time for number 19, Marus Al-Shahaniya, who has stretched this field in the end. Came there traveling very, very strongly and eventually showed a pretty potent turn of foot inside the final furlong to collect. Marus Al-Shahaniya and Salman Al-Hajiri have delivered, beating Shaman Al-Khaladir in second place. Rabi Athbar was third. Sati Kanon in fourth. 19, 7, 14, 15, and 18 as big numbers dominated in race 9.
فيرست لاين للصف الجابر صاحب الثمان إصابات. هجري ضد الجمري والقادم لشوطه بالمبتدئ.
اتوقع يكون حضور مميز ويبحث عن بصمه من الخيل
Welcome back to Taif in Saudi Arabia for the first of two feature races. This the Shubra Cup, run over 1,200 metres for older horses. Confirming the absentees, 1 and 2 don't go. Then Oliver is also out with the 16, also an absentee. Back-to-back feature races to close the card here at Taif, still with the Jcsa Al Masif Cup to come in 30 minutes' time. But here we have the sprinters for the Shubra Cup, and the favourite here is number 6, Jadoon. Jadoon, the market leader for Fahad Al Faredi, well backed, odds against into odds on, 10 to 11, market leader. Jadoon at the top of the international markets is a short price for Prince Faisal bin Khalid and Sami Al Harabi. This is horse number 6 on the card, who enhanced an excellent strike rate when landing a Taif University Cup Pret over 7 furlongs on reappearance. Just as effective over 6 furlongs too, and rated to play a starring role once again. That's number 6, Jadoon, for Fahad Al Faredi. What about number 4, Thurb Al Timyat rides for Wanas Al Shamari. It is Hajas, who is a price of 4 to 1, sharing that with owner-mate Kawafil. Hajas off the mark when bolting up in a course and distance maiden on his reappearance, but will need to improve again to cope with much stronger rivals here. And same price as well for Kawafil. Iyad Al Tarizi has had some very, very special days with her. 5 times a winner, 3 of those in the last 5. And Kawafil trots up here again with a leading chance. Progressive last term, winning the Sprint Championship for fillies over course and distance, and winding up with victory in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championships at Riyadh. Sure to go well from 12. Then in the market is Abu Al-Asul, 9 to 1 for Mohammed Al-Yami. This is horse number 19, whose only win to date came in a 1,200-metre maiden and has a big mountain to climb on ratings for all that the trip will suit. Has been strong in the betting, though, is a 9 to 1 chance ahead of Ebab Al-Mouj, number 14, who has won 4 of her 13 starts. His 4 of 13 starts. And as good as ever went second to Fala Zain, who sadly we didn't see earlier in the prep for this particular race on return. That will have brought him on, and he has to be taken seriously, as in fairness does the combination of Motor Sha'eb and Motor Rakaya, horses 10 and 18 who are next in the market. Motor Sha'eb's last win did come in a 0 to 75 handicap, and although not disgraced on return, does tend to fall short at this level, but it's hard to write him off. And Motor Rakaya for the White Stable. Rayan Alta Aish is riding here for Badr Razak. A winner over 7 furlongs in the past, but new trainer stepped her up in trip late last season, so likely to be unsuited to the return to 6 furlongs. Runners are at the start for the Shubra Cup. Fala Zain, who we didn't see earlier on today, does not line up. In fact, it was in this race, Fala Zain, forgive me. It's number 2 because I've applied plenty of permanent marker in the race card. Couldn't see his name, but anyway, yes, he does not run in the race that he won the prep for. You can see Jadoon there, the other side of the tape, as the first colours for Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Loading is now underway. Abura is the first one to go in. Abu Al-Asul also heading into the stalls. Jadoon has the first colours. Rustam Basha, you can see the 12 briefly there, has the white cap, sported by Ahmed Al-Azari. Continue to send our best wishes to Camilo Ospina, who sadly broke his leg in training earlier this week. Hopefully it doesn't completely rule him out of the Riyadh season, which goes on into April, so I have to say perhaps doable. It just depends how bad the break is. Imagine that Camilla will be eyeing a return just before the Saudi Cup, again, if it's doable, really. White Stable horses won't be ridden by Camillo for a little while. Rayan Alta Aish is one of those that will gain from another person's loss. Abdullah Al Farouz seems to be doing that already. I'm sure some of the big guns in the new year will be in town globally to ride King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and his sons leading horses. Badr Razak trains and Motor Rakaya, who Might be a little bit overpriced. Actions watching on, binoculars at the ready. Rustam Basha, white cap heading in, meaning we have 3 more. Kawa Phil, what a lovely filly she's been. 4-year-old rated 95, and as I say, has given Iyad Al Tarizi some of his most memorable days in the saddle here in Saudi Arabia. First line also heading in, along with the turquoise silks of Karimi. They're all set. The Shubra Cup, sprinting over 6 furlongs, and they're off and racing. Away we go. 1,200 metres is the distance here, and beginning sharply is Kawafield, red and black jacket, who breaks the line, along with the orange and black silks of Inhimir, away to the left-hand side with Rustam Basha. First line is also prominent as the front quartet make their way into the bend. Racing just in advance then of Carey, maroon jacket to the inside. Favourite Jadoon is in around 7th or 8th place, racing just in behind Karimi. Second half of the field then are headed by Ebab Al-Mouj, who has the yellow sleeves on the inside of Daktora Salwa. Montek still towards the back of the field with Mota Rakaya and Wadahi as the leaders make the run towards the home turn. And to the inside it is Iyad Al Tarizi and Kawafil with a narrow lead in the Shubra Cup. It's cleared by a couple of lengths. Jadoon is sent off in pursuit in second place and closing rapidly. Here comes Jadoon in the hands of Fahed Al Faridi and has taken off here, approaching the final furlong. Jadoon by 3 to 4 growing lengths. This is going to be a splendid performance from Jadoon, tearing away in the Shubra Cup and nothing can touch him. Jadoon wins the Shubra Cup, tight second between Kawafil and Misamiye, running on Abu Al-Asol in advance of the remainder. 1:17.83, a blistering performance from number 6, Jadoon, in the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khalid and for Sami Al-Harabi. 8 lengths too strong for Kawafil, Misamiye second and third. Abu Al-Asol clear of Ebab Al-Mouj. Montek next with Daktora Salwa, Abura Hajas and the rest. What a great finishing kick that was. Jadoon with a very, very impressive display. 1:17.83 is absolutely hacked up here. Jadoon, what a wonderful shot now. It's an 8th career success on career start number 18. He just keeps on winning, and he's far too good in the Shubra Cup. Fahad Al Faridi, a steering job in the end. 8 lengths too strong for Kawafil. My word, that was a tremendous performance. One of the best we've seen this season. He's absolutely motored home in the Shubra Cup. Jadoon is a sprinter to follow. Riyadh targets certainly on the agenda. Red Stable with a future, and even so, current star. Kawafil second. She's done nothing wrong. Just bumped into a magnificent winner. Misamiye likewise third. Abu Al-Asol and Modasha Eb in front of Montek. 6, 15, 17, 19 and 10, the first 5 home. The Red Stable take the Shubra Cup with this promising sprinter, Jadoon. Welcome back to Taif for our final race of the evening. The concluding contest is tonight's feature. It's the Jcsa Al Masif Cup over 2,000 meters for 4-year-olds and above. Cracking renewal with all the top stables all represented here. White stable, red stable, amongst others. And it is Prince Faisal bin Khalid sources that dominate the betting here. But it is an open-looking market with double seeking Fahad Al Faredi on the narrow favourite Yemken, who has the blue cap for Fahad, looking for Korean win number 5. Yemken is a local Group 1 winner that came back in 2024 and first past the post on last season's return before being chucked out. Off since the Group 3 next time out that he contested. And he's the pick on ratings and worth chancing that he's ready to fire on return from stall 2. 7-2 favourite from Hafadek Allah, number 6. Who I thought was the horse to beat before I looked at this race. Looking for back-to-back wins. A 7-time winner who was close to his best when winning the Al Masif Cup Prep. Over a mile on his return. Does command maximum respect here. And having won the Prep, I thought he remained the horse to beat. The Jcsa Al Masif Cup. Over the extra distance than the trial. Always get that. Loading well underway. Final glance at the markets. Yemken 7-2, Hafadek Allah 4-1, Hajan for the white stable at 9-2. Won a maiden and a 0-70 head over 1,800 meters at Riyadh last term. May do better again, but needs to improve significantly to win against these rivals. Probably pitched in too short at 9-2, 11-2 bar those. Last few are taking up their positions in the starting gates. There is Ale Waggi, rated 80 these days. The 5-year-old Asil Al Sahani is on board. Cap colours, Hafadek Allah first silks, red cap. Black cap for Tawi Al Sahil. Yep, Ken has the blue cap. The white stable Hajan first silks, Moradan red cap, Wakid white and Mana A black. 4 white stable runners in this. 2 for the Al Qatani team, Haddiston blue cap, Al Komdan red cap. As the last 2, 10 and 20, head into the stalls. Moradan and Al Freni the grey takes up his position in 5, Moradan into 11, and we're set for the finale. Moradan the pick, seemingly, of Abdullah Al Farouz. Ready. They're off. Racing for the Jcsa Al Masif Cup. Very slowly away was the grey Al Freni, who trails the field early on. Haddiston also not that best away in the blue cap as they compete over 2,000 meters for tonight's feature here, just over 1 circuit of the track. And Hafadek Allah and the first silks of Prince Faisal bin Khalid will make the running. From Al Mabir in second place in the yellow jacket with the black cap, Anna Kalojaya, the inside of Wakid 3 and 4. Tawi Al Sahil to the wide outside sits in 5th place, a length and a half ahead of Moradan's red cap. Hajan's green cap is next in running, and Ale Waggi is very wide with the white blaze. Then Yemkin down to the inside. Market leader is currently halfway through the order, being followed by Addiston to the inside. There behind these is Al Komdan and Moa Etta, who is 2/3 of the way back through the order at the moment. Jade El Kir is towards the back two with Yak Hailhom and Moala in the same silk yellow cap for Mohammed Al Hubail. 15 lengths away is Al Thrani, who is struggling to keep up through the halfway stage of the JCSA Al Masif Cup, and Hafadek Allah continues to dictate here, leading by a length, maybe 3 parts now, to Al Madir in second place. Right in behind those is Moradan and Tawi Al Sahil 3 and 4. Anna Kalajai has had the perfect trip to the inside as Wakid now comes under pressure, as does Hajan. Green cap is driven along. Yemkin still improving on the inside ahead of Alcom Dan, and then behind those is the black cap of Mana A for a first mention, completing the leading 10 as they head towards the home turn. A quarter of a mile left to go, and the red cap of Moradan hits the front for Abdullah Al Farouz. Now looks to stretch the field. Alcom Dan will emerge as a big danger in second place. Al Mavir behind these. Anna Kalajai to the inside. Yemkin is starting to move through the gears, and Ale Wagi down the wide outside as Alcom Dan lays it down to Moradan. Ale Wagi is still thundering home from the back of the field. It's Alcom Dan and Ale Wagi. Alcom Dan will sparkle in the Al Masif Cup, beating Ale Wagi into second place. Tight for the minors, involving Moradan, Yemkin and Anna Kalajaya. Alcom Dan for Eddie Castro and Abdulaziz Al Muteb take the JCSA Al Masif Cup by 3 parts of a length. Ale Wagi second, Moradan third, Yemkin fourth, in advance of Mana A, Anna Kalajaya, Tawi Al Sahil, Wakid, Moa Etta and Al Mabir. Alcom Daniel, winner to the JCSA Al Masif Cup off a mark of 95, and finally is back to winning ways. Eddie Castro on board, goes one better than last time out to win tonight's feature race, and first prize money of 75,000 Saudi Riyal. Ale Wagi gave it his all, maybe undone by the extra distance he covered out wide. Moradan was back in third, best of the white stable horses. Yemkin best of the red stable horses in fourth. Mana A and Anna Kalajaya. 2, 1, 10, 15, 18 and 16, the finishing order to the JCSA Al Masif Cup. Alcom Dan will be scribed on the trophy. 2, 1, 10, 15, 18 to our final race. We're back next weekend with more racing to come from King Khalid Racecourse, Fridays and Saturdays all the way through to the end of September. Good night.
الشوط لأن معه أبطال ومبطل صراحة، لكن الأبطال اللي معاه رافع محتوى بالتقدم والتسارع اللي سواه، وقد تقدم المبير مع مودن ثم تجاوز سموه.
10 على 10 في الاسلوب شعب صح، نخطط المدرب بينزل العود صح، حصان كان اول مشاركتان اليوم اشتغلنا لها من زميل سعود، كان صراحه طلوع من برا وموقع صح، ماشي صح، 10 على 10 استقبل النهائي.